Hello, hello, and it is Thursday night, I believe, and I am live and coming to you from my garage as usual. So if you can hear me, if the sound sounds great, please let me know in the chat. I'm taking a look, and we got Maker Viking and Nelson, and we got David and Mike and Philip and Bobby and Tripod. Everybody's in the chat. Hello, hello, hello. I'm hearing that it sounds good. Uh-oh, the garage. No, I'm always in the garage. That's my wife picked out the shirt for me because she knows where I go, or she knows where to find me. So, as long as I'm speaking up, everyone seems to like the volume. That's great. I'm glad we got all of that worked out after the last few. Light and sound's good. Yeah, last time I did one of these, main camera was set to the wrong color temperature, which screwed up everything. No one complained, but I noticed the difference. So this is obviously a different time for me. I normally do these on the weekend because I try to catch all of my European friends who like to watch these streams. And but this time, BIQU is the one that sent me the printer. They requested that I do this at a time where hopefully they could join us for a little bit of the stream. I'm hoping that we will see them in the chat at some point. If they're already here, they can say hello. But that's why we're doing this on a Thursday night at 9 o'clock. And just so you know, I do have my coffee ready to go because it's kind of late here. And of course, Maker Viking is here. I think he probably sleeps at odd times anyway. Hello, hello, Thomas. Good to see you. I'm hearing it looks grainy. That's a complaint I've never had before. Let me see. Am I having any... Am I dropping any frames or anything? Let me see. Any issues? I'm losing a little bit, but not enough to worry about yet. It says excellent condition on their side, so you let me know if it's a problem. Looks good here. All right. We have lives in Australia. Well, you're on the other side of the world, so it's, what, 9 a.m. in the morning to you, or maybe sometime around that time? But we're gonna talk for a minute, of course, as we usually do, because we want everyone to join us that's going to join us. So let's see, what are we doing tonight? We are working on the BIQU, and this is the B1 SE Plus, which just rolls off the tongue. The B1 SE Plus because the B1 was one of their other printers. I guess it's SE, so because it's special edition, and Plus because it's bigger. And as usual, I'm going to do the things that you're used to me doing on one of these unboxings. We're going to go over all the specs in the web browser like I usually do, which I enjoy because it lets me know what I am unpacking before I do it. What else are we doing? I am going to, of course, pull it apart, and we're going to take a look at what's on the inside. Yep, 9 a.m. in Australia, so that's better. If it was 9 a.m., I'd be great. Anyway, let's see what's going on. I hope everyone has their favorite beverage. If it's evening, you probably have something more interesting than what I'm drinking. But I like my coffee. I'm drinking this. This video is not sponsored by Death Wish Coffee because, well, they didn't sponsor me, but that's what I'm drinking. I'm drinking some Death Wish coffee right now in my Earth 2019 3D Fuel mug there, because if I'm doing a live stream, if I'm doing 3D printing, I need the right mug for the job. As you guys probably heard, I am doing giveaways tonight, so I hope everyone's here for the giveaways, because that's always exciting for me to be able to do with you, is to give away some prizes. As soon as I knew that they wanted to be a part of this stream and they were excited about it, then I talked to BIQU, and I'm like, hey guys, what can we do for the people watching? This is an odd time for one of my live streams. How do we get people in here? How do we get people watching? And so I said, okay, let's do some giveaways. And while I wasn't able to get everyone a free printer, I am giving away some good prizes. They did ask me what sort of prizes do I like, or what I think that you guys would like. And so that's where I came up with these prize bundles. I'm going to pull them up here so you know what we're doing. We have two separate giveaways of two SKR2s with TFT50 displays. I chose the TFT50s. I figured I'd pick something in between. They're not small like the 35s. They're not too big like the 70s. We have one Octopus with a TFT display. That was their idea, so thank you to BIQU for that one. And we have two spools. I'm going to be giving them away separately. Two spools of BIQU's Blue Premium Filament. And you know what? I meant to find that because I actually have a spool of that sitting around here somewhere in the ever-loving stacks of spools that I have around here. And if I could find it, I would show it to you because I had planned to do that. But, you know what, I can probably go get something I've printed with it sooner. But, so let's do this. So here's what the beautiful color is on this spool. I love this. Let's see if I can show it to you. Boop. There we go. So this is the beautiful color I'm asking for. Hopefully this is what they send you. If they don't, well, I tried. I really like this filament, and it printed absolutely fantastic. This was the best printing filament I had coming out of their H2 extruder, so I figured let's give away a couple of spools of that. So that's what we have here. And it's a nice color. It is a nice deep blue. It is shiny, and one thing I like in most of my PLAs is this one's hard. This is a good solid PLA. So like I said, I can't find the spool at this moment, but that's all we're giving away tonight. No free printer. I tried. I tried. But I can tell you maybe why they're not giving away a 3D printer, and it could be just because, well, the printers seem to be doing pretty well so far on Amazon. So obviously, if you are looking for one of this printer, if you're deciding at some point in the stream, hey, I'm going to give this a shot, obviously doesn't have my endorsement or anything on it yet. This is my first time ever opening it. But if you are considering this printer, the links are in the description of the video. If you are looking for, you know, I'm going to give you an extra one just to send this over. Let's go and put it in the chat. So there's the quick and easy link. But if you are considering getting one, number one, right now, tonight, and I don't know, I didn't ask for this or anything, they're running a $50 off coupon in the Amazon listing. So right now you can get this printer for $299, and we'll talk about the specs in a minute. But as far as, you know, if the printer does everything it's supposed to, $299 is a really good price for this printer. So $299 for the printer. Check out in the description because they gave me a special deal, and I hope this bundles with the $50 off, but I haven't tried. Obviously, I didn't need to order one for myself, but I didn't try this yet. In the description, there is a link both to the printer as well as to a second build plate, which I guess is really nice if you want to be able to print something, pull that build plate off, put a new build plate on, and keep going. There's a link to a second build plate, and you will get that completely free if you use the code that they gave me. At least that's what they told me. They even showed me that they set it up. So let me know if that works out for you because, again, you get the $50 off, you'll get the free build plate. I think that, again, I hope that they both work together. I haven't tried it myself. We've got Dale from Canada. Hey Dale, how you doing? Anyway, so we got about 50 people watching right now. I think it's about time to get going. I'm going to go ahead and say it ahead of time. I've been on my feet a lot today, and I have a problem with my left foot that if I'm on my foot too much, it gives me problems. So if you see me sitting down a little bit more than usual, that may be why. Although, knowing myself, I probably will ignore the pain and just keep on going because that's just what I do. Anyway, so let's get started. I guess we'll start out with the screen share. Boom. So let me make sure that that came over to you. Yep, there we go. I don't need that. I don't need that either. Okay. Sorry, I've got too many windows open here as usual. That's funny. That doesn't belong there either. Infinite view. Okay. Let's do this. All right, so this is the BIQU page. So if you want to order this direct, you can order it direct off of the BIQU page. I actually didn't include this link. But here is the BIQU page ready to go. $2.99 on their site as well, so that means that you can order it direct, and it's the same price. Excuse me, it's the same price off of Amazon. And let's see, we've got the BIQU B1 SE Plus, a big step for auto leveling. Where's Brian when we're making the puns? BV3D not in the house at this point. Maybe he'll show up at some point. But anyway, we can see what they've got going on here. This is a fixed bed, meaning there are no knobs or anything to adjust on this bed. It is fixed to the Y gantry, and then it does 9 points of auto leveling. As you can see, it includes a color touchscreen display. Vente makes your big ideas come true. As auto leveling, it is a 310 by 310 by 340 build plate. This means X, Y, and Z. It has an aluminum extruder, so you do not have to worry about replacing the extruder out of the box. It's got a 32-bit processor, ultra-silent printing, filament sensor, power loss recovery, modular design, HD touchscreen, you know, all the stuff that we've come to expect out of the latest and greatest 3D printers. Here they're showing the build volume without supports. We're used to that as well. What else we got? We see the assembly. Assembly should be pretty quick on this one tonight. You know what I need to do while we're doing this, though? I have not thrown out the entry form for how I'm going to actually have you enter this contest. And I think that that's what people are going to want to start doing. So while I'm talking, I'm going to go ahead and send you the link. So let me do that. Excuse me, I'm just looking for the link on how to send it to you. Let me go back to the wide shot here so I don't give away what's on my screen here. I don't think everyone needs that address. Let's do this real quick. I'm sorry for stopping midway through here, but I think it's pretty important that we get going. So, send. And I'm going to say link. I'm going to shorten that link for everybody, and I'm going to copy it. And then let's see if we start getting responses when I cut and paste this into the live chat. Key the Jeopardy music, absolutely. So, again, if you want to know all of the rules to this contest, I took the time to type them up, and they are in the description. You do have to be present to win. If I call you from the big wheel, you do need to go, I'm here, wave your hand at me or whatever you're going to do and let me know. And then you will win the prize. I will write your name down on my text pad and we will be ready to go. So check that out. That is what you're looking for. I'm going to go ahead and pin that message. You only have to enter once the entire evening. So once you've entered once, you are good to go. You do not need to enter again. Once you have been selected as a winner, you cannot win again. There will be no passing on run reward, hoping for another reward. If you're available, you say here, I give it to you, your name comes off the list, and we draw for whatever is up next. Hey Rocky, how you doing? And Steven, nice to see you. Bobby, I'm not going to be able to say hi to everyone, my apologies, but it's good to see y'all here. All right, now where were we? Back to the screen share. So again, this was a pretty quick looking build. Let's see what we got here. Again, fixed bed. Everything goes together pretty easily. It does have an M4 processor, a 32-bit ARM processor. It has some expandability. You can't, see, this is interesting. This is one of those reasons that I will actually take the time to actually do this page, because the page will tell us things that the box will not. So this is pretty cool. So they say you can add a Raspberry Pi, which we knew because you can put an Octopi on it, obviously. Wi-Fi module you can add. Dual Z, yes. So one thing you can see from the pictures, it is a single Z out of the box, which is pretty odd for a large 3D printer. But it does look like they're going to hopefully have a dual Z add-on kit for this. You can add a BL Touch. No, actually that's kind of weird. Why would you add a BL Touch to something that already has auto leveling? That's kind of odd. But okay, you can put a BL Touch on it. It has you can add RGB lighting and automatic power down. So these are all things that at some point they may add. All right. And that's it. And if you're looking for the product page, here's the product page. As of right now, there are still 18 of these left. You click this little button here to get your $50 off. Add the glass bed, which I talked about earlier. You'll get that free if you use the code. So let's see how people are doing. We're going to go back to the wide shot here and see how people are doing. Let me go ahead and write down the prizes I'm going to be giving out tonight. I'm going to give these out kind of randomly. Because I just want to keep everyone kind of guessing. So we're going to be giving away 2 SKR2s with TFT50s because you need a nice display if you're going to be doing that. We're going to be giving away 1 Octopus, which is their 8-driver board with a TFT50. And we're going to be giving away 2 spools of BIQU Premium Filament. All right. I have my notepad ready to take names. And you'll notice in the form I am not taking any information that I don't need as of right now. If you win, I will send you an email, and then you can reply with your mailing address at that time. I will send it on to BIQU, and BIQU will send you the prize. That's not coming through me because that would be extra shipping, and I don't want to pay for that. Filament, you mean PLA? Yes, of course, it's PLA. Give me 1 second. Time for a drink. If you have a drink of your own, please take a sip. Hey, did BIQU show up? Yes, they did. Hello, BIQU 3D printer. It's good to see you. I'm glad you guys were able to make it. I hope everyone in the office is watching, and I hope this is a great stream. So, let me pull this up real quick, because I had a couple of notes I needed to listen to. Give me 1 second. Okay. I think I am ready to go. So let's do this. Oh, you know what? Let's give away something first. Let's do that. Before I even open the box, you guys are the early comers. You're not waiting till the end for the big prizes. So let's go ahead and give away something. I'm going to give you guys like a minute. So if you haven't clicked the link that I've pinned, please do so. Please go ahead and enter, because now is your chance to go ahead and get entered. As we get started here, we're going to go ahead and give something away. David said filament, so I don't know if that was a request, but that's what we're going to give away first. Let's give away a roll of filament to begin with. And I'm bringing up my wheel here so I can cut and paste all of the names into my wheel of names. All right. Close this ad. Bring this over here. There's so much going on. Okay. And where's the link to enter? Pagan Wizard, I've pinned it. I've pinned it to the top. I don't know how to, let me see, can I cut and paste it myself? Let's go ahead and do this for everybody. I think this should work. Is that the same link? Does it take you there? It does. All right, good, good, good. Let me see how many responses we have. Right now, out of the like 60 people in the chat, we have 47 or 67 people, 47 responses 47 responses in right now. So, 48. There's a bunch of people still not entered that are watching. All right. All right. What we got? All right, a couple more seconds, and we're going to go ahead and go with it. Da 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 da. Trying to see which moderators we have in the chat tonight. I think it's just Thomas. Thomas, you're a moderator. David Wilson has just been also promoted to a moderator. Congratulations, David. Woot. Nice. All right, so let's do it. I'm calling an end to this. I'm not actually going to close it, but whichever ones I cut and paste out of here right now are the ones that are going to get get selected from. So I'm going to post your YouTube name into the chat. Excuse me if I'm squinting a little bit here because I'm having to read all the way across the room. So, yep, we got 55 names, 55 entries. We're going to share the screen here. Give me a second. One second, too many windows open. There we go. And we are screen sharing now. Awesome. We're ready to go. Okay, we're going to click to spin, and spin to win we will. Let's do it. Matt B. Rogue almost won that one, but Matt B takes it. So if Matt B is in the chat and we'll say, hi, Matt B, then Matt B will take it. Let's give it a second for the stream to catch up. What we got? There's Matt B. All right, Matt B, you'll be getting an email from me later saying that you are the winner. So let me minimize that. Minimize that. I got too much to minimize here, apparently. Okay. And Matt B with one spool of filament. Congrats, Matt. Good job. Way to put in the work. I'm giving you a hard time. It's okay. Anyway, let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and start the unboxing because we actually want a printer here, and we are about 30 minutes into the stream, so everyone's here. Time for the knife. So let's go ahead. We'll start here. I'll probably move to the close-up at some point. But let's get going. Everyone, if you will, since BIQU provided the prizes this evening, please give them a quick shout out. Tell them thank you for the sponsorship this evening. And, oh, nice and taped underneath, making sure that we don't have any failure of the packaging. Let's go ahead and switch to the overhead shot. Look at there. Overhead. Where can you get the shirt? You know, last Pagan Wizard is asking where can he get the shirt. You know, last time I did this stream, I actually posted it because I knew someone would ask, where's the shirt? How do I get the shirt? So I'm going to take 2 seconds and I'll post it again because it's easy for me to find. Let's see. So if you want Not only the printer, but the shirt. Here is the shirt. My shirt. There we go. Hope that comes in handy. And we will get back to the unboxing now. Too much going on. Okay. That was good. I always like dropping stuff while I'm doing a live stream. Lets me know that it's live. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to need to make room here. No free shirt. No one's buying the shirt. You can buy the shirt. It's right there. Anyway, let's do it. All right, so looks like nice packaging. We have, right here on top, we have the user manual, which is a fold-out poster kind of thing. Da, da, da. So fold-out poster kind of thing. There we go. I will be following this to build the printer, although I don't think I'll need it too much. If you need to get a hold of BIQU when you're done, there is the helpful card. We have a spool of filament that does not come on a spool, and yep. All right, so next up we have a nice toolkit. So nice toolkit. We got snips. Actually, these aren't even the light blue ones. They might be a little bit better. We've got tweezers. I'm not even sure what we need tweezers for. But there's tweezers. And then we have tools and zip ties as usual. Maybe we need tweezers when we drop something in the printer. I'm not quite sure yet. All right. In our electronics bag, we have an SD card, 2 gigabytes. We have an SD adapter, an SD to micro SD adapter, and a USB cable. Look, of course. There we go. It is a squeaky duck. Wouldn't be a BIQU product without one. What else we got in here? All right. All right. We have glass. I'm actually not even going to take this out yet because I obviously know what it is. This is the glass plate that we're going to be printing on. What else we got? We have that. We have a US power cable, and you know what? Let me give them a little bit of credit here. This US power cable is beefy compared to what I get with a lot of printers. This actually has quite a bit of gauge to it. I'm not worried about overpowering that one, so I will throw that down here on the floor with the rest of them. Let's see, we have part of our spool holder. That's what we got. We have another part of our spool holder. I'm going to be able to talk tonight, I'm sure. What else? More of that. All right. That is a nice bit of extruder there. As you can see, has a connector on the top. Looks like, yeah, there we go. Nice connector on the top, auto latching. So we can pull that open, and when you push in, it'll auto latch. Looks very well put together. It's got a sock on it. And just letting you know, I already know this does auto leveling via a, was it a gauge sensor? What's it called? I think a stress gauge. So when it pushes on it, it senses that, and that's how it works. You know what? I know everyone in this stream is here for an actual breakdown. So, since people come to my streams for breakdowns, let's give them what they came for. Let's see, can I take off 4 screws and get into this? Or is BIQU going to be sitting there going, don't do that? Let's see. Unfortunately, my overhead camera does not have a zoom, so I can't help you there. I don't know. Now, I will tell you, if I start to take this thing apart and I get these 4 back screws off and it doesn't come apart, I will probably stop, because I don't want to tear it up. But if all I have to do to show you the inside of this, take off these 4 screws, we're going to do it. Have they made this more complicated than it needs to be? It feels like it wants to come off. But I am unsure. You know what it is there's some additional screws here on the bottom. I don't know if I'm going to get into this. Maybe I will. I don't know. If I get too far into the extruder and screw it up, we're not going to get to printing this evening. So let's pay attention to the electronics, and I will just put this back together for now. What I'll do later is post to my social accounts, usually Twitter, maybe Instagram if I feel like it. So you can see that there. Said the fan housing slides off. If it does, that's great. Yeah, I'm hearing don'ts. Everybody's telling me not to do it. Okay, like I said, I know you're here for the disassembly and the electronics look, and I know that that's what I offer on my streams, but if you're like, don't do that, yeah, I'm not going to mess with it. All right. Done. It would be nice if the shroud just came off really easily, though, and it doesn't seem to. So we're not going to mess it. We're not going to mess it up. All right. This is, look, there's a bag. It's like a gift. All right, so the baggie here has all of our screws in it. Very nice. All right, it's greased up. I'll give you that. The screws are nice and greased. Like I said, 1Z screw, a fixed mounted coupler. What else we got? Brass coupler on top. I mean, a brass lead screw nut came up with it. A brass lead screw nut on top. It does have a filament runout sensor up here at the top, which one thing I really like about it is that they actually did a pretty good job of closing up the path right here between the runout sensor and the extruder, which is really nice, and most people do not do that. And this is a catch point when you're trying to put in new filament, so that's pretty nice that they took care of that. We'll come back to tensioning everything up properly later. All right, what you got? Brass monkey, that funky monkey. All right, this is not the place for that. I'm sure my kids would appreciate it. They sensed that. There was a disturbance in the force as I started to sing that song. What else we got? More of that. More of that. Okay, I don't need to throw that one. And anything else? Oh, look. Spatula. Congratulations, you have a 2-inch spatula. There we go. I like this. It is compact. It is not taking up any more room than it has to. Feels solid. You can see her on the side before I move everything out of the way. Here is our SD card slot, TF card as they call it, but an SD card slot, a UDIS support, so apparently they actually have USB support, and of course our USB cable. They do have insulation underneath the bed, which is fantastic, especially since it is a larger bed. They do have strain relief on the bed, which is really nice. It's attached to this screw down here at the bottom. is a molded plastic piece, and it is zip tied onto there. And I got crud off of those screws still on my finger. Anyway, what else is there to see? There's just a simple Z stop, or excuse me, Y end stop there. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. We've set this down. Make sure that I don't appear to have forgotten anything. If I do, I'm sure I'll come looking for it later, but that looks like it. Build plate is 310 by 310, so it's a pretty good size. I like it as a good, you know, medium size, and I'm talking to myself here. I like it as a good medium size to maybe if you think something like an Ender 5 Plus is too big at 350 by 350, but the, you know, 210, or was it 210 or 250 or too small, 220. They're coming in all sorts of odd sizes now. All right. So there we go. So, good night, everybody. No, okay, I guess we're here for more than that. That was the unboxing, right? 220 is an Ender 5, yes. That's correct. And, all right, let's see. We're unboxed. Let's give away something. Let's do it. If you don't have your entry in already, please get it in right now. I'm just going to start kind of like doing these as random. I will call it out and give people a minute to do it because, you know, maybe some people don't realize how you enter. And so, again, enter one time for the whole stream. If you've already entered, you don't have to do it again. I pull your name out once you win. Other than that, you stand the whole time. You do have to be present to win. If you do not say, hi, I'm here, and help us celebrate that you've won, then I can't give you a prize. That's how it works. Did you pull the uprights? These things right here? Woot. Yep, I already got those out. Yep, it's pinned at the top. I just gave you the link. I'm going to count to 5 and hold up my hand so that I see when I got done counting to 5, and we're going to be done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So once I see that pop up on my stream here, then I know that I've given you ample time and I will be cutting this. Yes. All right, so let me go ahead and pull the names. We've got 69 responses. Alrighty. Before we were up to, oh look, it's populating it automatically. Holy crap. All right, so this is pretty neat. It's actually populating my spreadsheet automatically, and I didn't know it did that. So I'm going to just take the names that were not on there last time, and I will be adding it to the list, and then we will be doing our drawing. So, all right, let me bring up the chat again. Bump. All right, I think we are ready. Okay, let's see. Let's share the screen so you can see what's going on. And if you didn't make it into this one, there'll be another one. Oh, what did I give away? I haven't actually said what I'm giving away yet. Let's give away one of those SKR2s. So, anyway, SKR2 with a TFT50. All right, so if you need a new main board, this is a pretty good choice. It's their latest and greatest SKR version series that they have. And the TFT50 is a pretty nice size display. All right, so let's do it. Spinning away. We got Jeff Pye. Jeff Pie. I'm being asked why Eric Dimitri is not on there. Let me see if I have Eric Dimitri. Let's see. I don't have an Eric Dimitri. Try to enter again. I seem to be missing you. I don't know how, unless you haven't entered. So did I get Jeff Pye? Did he mention? Yep, there we go. Jeff Pye, you are the winner. I'm going to save that off here as I switch back to that display. All right, let me go ahead and put that into my, where is it? There we go. Jeff Pye wins one of those. Congratulations, Jeff. Oh, there's BV3D. See, I talked about him earlier, and here he is. I was making a pun. You weren't here. I missed you. I'm glad to see you. All right, so we still have, what, 4 giveaways total? So anyway, let's go ahead and keep building, or start building, whatever the case may be, because we need to do a print here tonight. All right, you guys want to see the instructions? It probably doesn't matter. Let's go ahead. Let's see. I'm going to turn up my AC in the garage here because I am beginning to get warmer. There we go. All right, so first step first, we are going to get out my screws here, which are in here. Let me grab a screw holder. Boom. So that I don't lose anything. There are spare screws, which are fantastic. Nice spare screw bag, actually labeled as such. We have a step 1 bag, a nozzle. I'm assuming that's an extra nozzle. A step 3 bag and a step 2 bag. I've heard one of those bags is possibly labeled wrong. Which one did they tell me is labeled wrong? They said the screw bag is labeled step 3, but it should be in step 2. All right, so maybe both 2 and 3 are 2. That's not complicated at all. All right, so step 1, we're going to get the gantry, the chassis. Let's go and pour out my step 1 screws into my container. I've heard that people like it when I use the tools that it comes with to build it. Like other people don't have tools, but okay. We'll assume that you get your first printer. You're not a tool-based household, and so you do not have the necessary tools, and you have to resort to using the tools that it comes with. And that's fine. I'm pretty sure I built my first printer with the tools it came with, well, you know, plus some extra ones. But there we go. I'm ready to build. Okay, put the kiddo to bed, Brian. I'll see you in a bit. Come back with a beverage. Okay. Let's see. Gantry, chassis, hex. Okay, so we are going to put this whole thing together. What do we got? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 8 of the screws that came in the little bag. M5 by 50s. Okay, I think that they may have even put that wrong in the instructions they sent me, because the M5 by 50s are actually in step 1, not step 2. So, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I think we can figure out what screws go where. Alright, so I'm going to put this off to the side. Let's get this. We're going to assume that this is the best way for you to see it, I hope. It goes this way, and I am looking at the front because that's obviously where the, every time I touch that screw, I get stuff on me. Anyway, all right, so that sits on there. We're done. Okay, maybe not. Let's find the right hex for these screws. And we're going to go ahead and we need 4 of these on each side. But I'm not going to tighten them down all the way because we're going to also have to put those long 50mm screws in here. So we're going to just get everything kind of loosely installed to make sure everything lines up. Rogue saying extra Z all day long. I agree with that. I think if you're going to have a bed this wide, include the extra Z motor. Now, you probably don't have to have it. Realistically, while the engineer, the person that wants it as stable as possible in me, says, just go ahead and put it. You probably don't need it. If you get those eccentric nuts all tightened up, then you should be fine. There should be enough to keep it level, but no promises. Yeah, and it's one thing because we know that the wheels do wear. And as you wear those wheels out, you are going to have to continue to tighten those eccentric nuts in order to keep your gantry level. Not to mention constantly run that leveling routine. So far it's pretty easy if I can get that screw not to strip out on me. No, that's not. Let's try the one underneath it. Since that one's not going in easy, but I may have just cross-threaded it a little. I didn't cross-thread it much, obviously. Let me loosen this up again. This one is not going in straight and easy. Is it the hole or is it the screw? No one jumped to any conclusions yet. Until I move some screws around, we don't know what's going on. Try something else. All right, so it's not the screw because that one went into the hole fine. Let's put it over here and see if this screw goes in over here fine. It's apparently the screw because it doesn't want to go in that hole either, but they included extra screws. So let's find out if their spare screws included the right thing. Yep, there's an extra one. So let's find out if the spare screw goes in without any problems. And the spare screw's just fine. There we go. And so this screw is going in the garbage because I don't want to have to deal with that one later. But hey, they included spares. So awesome. Good job on them. And then we have 2 of these 50mm screws that are mislabeled step 2. They warned me about this. I think their warning was a little off, but they did warn me. So that is not a big deal. And these go in the bottom of the sides. I'm not going to really be able to show this to you a whole lot, but you know, we'll work it out. So if you'll notice here, there's already a screw in this top hole, but there's not one in the bottom hole. I see that you shortened your name. Very cool. 3D HP. Easy to say. And I can just hand screw these in to start with. And then once everything is in, I will tighten them down. Now, I could just let gravity be my friend and hold them in place. I could get a square out to make sure it's square. But the normal person building this printer is not going to get out a square, I don't think. But I can get out a square. It looks like that's just fine, by the way. So I can't really show it to you, but I've got this little red square here. It looks like that is just fine. I'm having to guess a little bit. There's a bracket in my way, but it looks fine. So I'm just gonna go with the gravity leveling here on where these screws are all settling to. Looks like it'll be fine for testing purposes. Well, I'm going to tighten all these down. So far, so good. Looks like all the holes were correctly tapped. It was just one screw that wasn't quite threaded correctly. But with the bonuses, who cares? No screw hunting here. There aren't that many screws to this assembly, so it really doesn't matter a whole lot. Okay, that's everything. And that is more than solid. You've got 5 screws holding in each side of this, this Z gantry. So it's moving the table, not the printer at this point. That's nice. Boom. All right, step 2, nozzle installation. All right, so that's going to come around here. Step 2. Okay, so step 2 goes in step 1, and step 3 goes in step 2, just in case you were wondering. They just misnumbered the bags. It's not the end of the world. This is an early. I bet you they'll fix it in future ones. Let's see. What we got? Okay. Hot end, 3 screws, nozzle cable, Teflon tube. Yep, all of that is already put together. So this is a blue Teflon tube. I will say that to me, it does not look, I can tell you why. I've got one right here. I almost guarantee you this is not a Capricorn. And you tell by the color. Boop, Capricorn's the dark one. The light blue is theirs. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. It's just, it's a different blue. It's not a Capricorn blue. So, but I did want to check at least. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. At least they're getting custom tubing made for printers and not just using whatever is coming off the shelf of the hardware store that seems to be the right diameter. So good job on BIQU on that one. So if someone is telling me that Capricorn makes a light blue, that's news to me. So what we're going to do, we're going to take this. It has 3 screws, and that's just going to set right there. Just like that. Pretty simple. All I need are the screws themselves. I just threw one of those screws that way because they were magnetic. And as they came up, they decided to, you know what, I've got a spare screw bag. Spare screw bag coming in the tight, you know, this is great. Since I decided to shove one of them over there. That's horrible. But anyway. Not a big deal. So there are 3 screws. 2 on top, 1 on the bottom. Luckily, these little ball end Allen wrenches, hex keys, whatever you want to call them, hold on to the screws very well, so I'm not dropping them. And then they go pretty nifty. If you haven't done so, please hit that like button while you're watching, or the dislike button if you really don't like me that much. But hit a button, let me know you're watching, and let YouTube know that they should be inviting more people clearly into this stream. Because we only have 100. But, you know, I was a little worried. It's 9 o'clock on the East Coast, almost 10 o'clock on the East Coast. There we go. So that's on there. And then align the threaded holes, fit the nozzle to the tube, screws, then insert the Teflon tube into the quick connector and connect to the nozzle. All right, so that's in there. And then we just need to come underneath here. It comes with this plastic covering on it. Boom. And then we're just gonna, it's not the right direction. Boom, right here. Okay, there we go. 3 a.m. in the UK, Andrew reminds me. Ooh, thank you, Pagan Wizard. Much appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. Pagan paid for you to hit that like button. So the least you can do is smash that button for him. So got the plastic off. Oh, thank you, Aaron. That's very nice. Aaron's telling me it's 3 a.m. in the UK. My channel's become his go-to for advice. Cheers for the great content. Only been 3D printing a few weeks. Well, I hope it's been a relatively nice 3 weeks of 3D printing, and I'm glad I've been able to help. So all we're doing is just screwing this in here. It's pretty easy. All right. I'm actually going to pull, I'm not going to pull the tube out then. And we're going to tighten it down. If you haven't seen it, I did release a video today. I didn't know what kind of reception it would get because it is a video that's maybe not for everyone, but I enjoyed the debugging process so much in the video that I released today. I wanted to release it for everybody because I think it was valuable. I thought we learned a little bit about debugging stepper motors, stepper motor drivers, and so I really enjoyed making that one, and that one is courtesy of my Patreon supporters who asked for that, and I was very happy that I could do it for them. So thank you, David, for the $10. Appreciate it. It's very nice of you. David, one of my longtime Patreon supporters. I can't thank him enough for all of the support he gives this channel. Okay, so we've got that on there. And now we're going to just put on the spool holder. Pretty simple. So they said we can go ahead and attach the plastic part. So let's do that. They're saying put it together this way with the plastic part coming out this way. So let's do like the instructions suggest. Again, if you have just joined us, thank you to BIQU for providing the printer, as well as thank you to BIQU for providing the prizes that I'm giving away tonight. We've already given away 2 prizes, a spool of filament, as well as a new SKR2 with a TFT50. And I think in just a minute we'll probably be giving away another spool of filament. So hang out just 1 minute. Get in. Let me go and say it now. Get in your entry right now. It is pinned. If you haven't seen the entry link, it's pinned to the chat. So click on that. Put your name in. I hope I have everyone. If I don't have you, it's just a Google form. I don't know what I can do. So thank you very much to BIQU for providing that. And this time, when I'm ready to give away the prize, I'm just going to do it. We're just going to switch over and give away a prize. I'm not going to give you any warning. So be ready. How do we be ready? We be ready by making sure that we've already entered. Don't wait. Procrastinators get nothing. All right, and then we are going to attach this to the top. It's funny because they don't really, let me look at a picture. They're not really showing me. I swear I don't see which way they want me to install this. And I hear another chat, and I'm going to be right there with you, I promise. So give me 1 second, because I'm checking on making sure I install this the direction that they say. I already have, of course, an idea, but you guys know I like to kind of follow the directions. You know, it's funny, they don't show a picture of where we're going to install. Okay, we're going to just do it. All right, so if we assume that the filament is coming in this way, let's assume that we're going to want the spool on the back, because that makes the most sense to come in here. And I'm guessing we're going to want it this way, because that's going to put us nearest to the filament. So, and I'm still coming back to that super chat, but we're going to get this spool holder installed first. So I think that that's right. If you guys want to disagree, go right ahead. But my thought was spool, enter point, maybe a little sharp. I like spools over here, but anyway, it'll work. So special thanks to Dale Scott. Thanks, Chris. Patreon, a way to support. Absolutely. Patreon is a way to support. Yeah, Patreon. Check out the link in the description of this video and of all of my videos. Patreon is a way that you can support me monthly if you're not familiar with it. It's just a very simple way. You can choose a tier. I think mine are like $3, $5, $10, and $20 a month. And you get a discount if you go ahead and sign up for the whole year at any tier. I think you get one or 2 months for free. And then you get all of the things that come with being a Patreon supporter, voting on videos, previews of videos, releasing the videos early, voting on which firmwares I'm releasing next. I'm trying to do as much for the supporters of this channel as possible. So, anyway. Let's see. So now we've got a spool holder, and they're telling us to connect all the things. Connect the wire filament detection module labeled FLD. So we need to cut this out right here. I would be using the close-up camera more for this, but I think you can see enough of what's going on since I'm moving around so much, and the close-up camera gives me a pretty tight shot. So I think most people probably see this. But, okay, so one connector is the filament detection. So something labeled FLD. So, yep, one wire, FLD, comes right here to the back, right here to the filament detection. Next up, the extrusion motor, which is the one labeled E. One of these labeled E. We're going to go to the extruder motor, which is this one. There we go. And then we have the X motor, which is the one labeled X. Just like the E, but it does have a label on it. I'm going to put that right there. And then we have the X limit switch, which is the small black connector, and that is going to go around the front here. Not the best way to do it. They're saying go up and around the top. All right, so we're going to go up and around the top. And that goes to the front. So the end stop for X is on this side of the gantry. All right, we're giving away filament. Right now, I'm going to the spreadsheet, and I'm giving away filament. We have a whole bunch of new names. I'm going to add it to the to the wheel. Let's do this. This will be our second and final roll of filament. And like I said, this is good stuff, guys. I requested this filament from them because I enjoyed it so much when I printed with it. So I'm going to add these names to the wheel of prizes. Oh, we got one more person, Ron Jenkins, making it in because I was paying attention. So Ron, there you go. If you win, you can thank me. So let's do this. Let's do a screen share. Let me make sure I am doing the screen sharing. And we are good. Everybody ready? Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. No way! Mr. Tripod, you get a spool of filament. So I'm trying to channel my Joel there. So you get the spool of filament, Tripod. I am going to save that off, and you will receive that. And let me go back to the wide shot while I pull that up. Rigged. I can't rig that website. It's not mine. I can't do that. It's not my website. I don't have that kind of power. All right. Yay, Tripod. Nice job. I have nothing to do with it. All right. Let's get back to the build. Everybody give Tripod a round of applause. Next up, we are going to do the rolled strip, as they call it, which is this big old thing, as shown in the picture. So they want me to take it up and through this one, and then let me go and lower this a little bit. There we go. We're going to lower this. And as I mentioned, you know what? I may be able to use the close-up for this one. This is kind of cool. I like companies that use this connector. I think this connector is underutilized in 3D printing. You know, what I need is someone like Sean that like Joel has to actually run my cameras for me. But anyway, you can't see the top of this, but you'll see it has these little nice clips here. And it's got this kind of connector. It's just a standard, see that? Everybody sees it. It's just out of focus. Close enough. All right. There we go. So, just what is this? Probably a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's like a 16-pin connector. And that just pops in here. It is keyed. And then you just push it down and it locks itself in place. So you know when you've got it seated correctly. Like I said, I'm a big fan of those connectors. Old school connectors, really. But let's see. Next up, it's ready. It's already time to power it on. Already time to power it on. So they want me to check the voltage. Ugh, let's turn it around for you guys. They never told me to put the glass on, which I think is kind of funny. Maybe we should put the glass on. Good evening, Black Wolf CC. Since we have new people joining and we just hit 100 people in the stream, then let's go ahead and tell them to go to the top, I think, of the chat. I'm just pointing at where it is in front of me. But the top of the chat should have how you enter the drawing to win a couple of prizes. So please go there and enter. Let's see. We also didn't plug in this one. Did it tell me to plug in the Z? It also didn't tell me. Yeah, no, it did. It did. My fault. So there's also a Z connector that I didn't plug in. That one's on me. So that goes to the Z motor. Easy fix. So now all of my wires back here are plugged in. You know, got to be a better way to do wires, maybe. I mean, I don't think they're going to get in the way because, let's be honest, they're going to stay back here while we're printing. But there's a lot of wires. There's a lot of wires. What I will probably do, will you indulge me while I do a little wire management, please? Because the last thing I want to happen to this live print is for it to, you know, tangled on something. It did include zip ties. It didn't tell us we had to do anything in particular to them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this spool here and I'm going to put at least one zip tie on it so that it keeps it all together. There he goes. And I'm going to pull out my snips. So indulge me in a little bit of cleanup here because I think it will potentially save us some headache. I'm then going to just put one more back here for now, which will take this spool and attach it to this wire back here, which can't be a bad thing. So I'm going to do that. And then again, this is kind of gratuitous, and I'm just going to put one more back here to kind of hold it all together. I'm not going to do anything crazy. So, one more, and we're going to call it good for this evening. Just trying to put all those wires together, and this already looks better. See how this is, while we still have this nice bundle back here, it's not taking up as much room and driving me as crazy. So. All right, so like I said, I don't think there was an instruction that said to put the bed on. If I'm missing it, my apologies to BIQU. But let's go ahead and put the bed on before we even turn it on. Get it ready. The glass is here, and I'm not going to drop it. So don't even think about it. Not dropping the glass. Boom. So there is. Oh, who wants this? Let's see. Close up. Oh, it's so close up you can't see it. There it is. All right, here we go. There we go. I know you can't hear it. The ASMR is not kicking in, but I'll try to get closer. Very nice, very nice. Okay. And that fits on there nicely. One thing I can tell you is they did ask me in our communications to make sure I cleaned this with water and not with IPA. Anyway, they did include 2 clips to put on my bed. And they also specifically told me, so all of you in this stream are getting the benefit of this, because they did tell me specifically that these go on the front and the back, not on the sides, because they will probably pop off. So I'm going to put one in the center of the back and the center-ish of the front. And there we go. Again, they told me water. So 2 things I keep in my garage, in my 3D printer area, are 2 squirt bottles. You can find these all over the place. All sorts of container stores. You can probably get them at Walmart, whatever you have near you. And I keep 1 bottle with water in it, 1 bottle with IPA in it. They are labeled because you don't want to mix the 2 up. These are fantastic when you're cleaning, particularly resin prints. These are great to have. When you're cleaning beds, these are great to have, depending on what type of bed you're cleaning. So I have my water squirt bottle here. I have paper towels. And so I'm going to do a little spray on the bed. I'm going to grab a couple of paper towels, and we are going to do a nice quick cleaning. I think it's probably fine, because after all, this did just nicely come uncovered. But let's just do a little water cleaning, because that's what they asked me to do. There we go. Shop things to keep handy. IPA, isopropyl alcohol, yes. Yes, BIQU backing me up on the water thing. And I will tell you, they didn't tell me this, but my guess is, and I know this from experience, you clean one of these things with IPA, you will never get the print off. Just personal experience. I clean from other manufacturers, I clean this with IPA, and it sticks like glue. And not just like glue stick, but like glue it doesn't want to come off glue. So I'm guessing the water keeps it from doing that. So, water and Dawn, you don't really need the Dawn on the black beds. Now, if you're cleaning bare glass, like the other side of this bed, then yeah, the Dawn is what I use as well. But anyway. All right. So, they're telling me how to load filament, and I am dying that I cannot find my BIQU filament. What was I printing that on? I was printing that when I was doing my H2 extruder, and that some of that went over here, and I did look for this a little bit before the stream started, so I'm not doing it just now. I'm just confused as to why I hid it from myself, because I tend not to try to do that. And here I am, unable to find it. So my apologies to BIQU on this one. I love their filament. I've been talking about that the whole stream. But I've put it somewhere, and I don't know. So I think I'm going to use this. This is from Filament. And you know what? If I knew I was going to use this, I would have given you an affiliate code. So stick around. I think I may have an affiliate code for this that might save you a couple of percent and give me a little something back in return. But this will look really nice. Yes, Brian, it is on a spool somewhere. That BIQU filament is on a spool. I threw the other filament that came with this printer somewhere that way because that's where it belonged. But this will look good. Anyway, this is Filament. This is some of their matte PLA, and it looks fantastic. I really like this filament, so it's not a big deal. And this is what I used when I printed some really big vases, and it turned out really nice. So we're going to try that. I think the printing temperatures on this are pretty normal. Yeah, pretty normal on here, 195 to 230. Pretty nice. All right, so they are telling me power it on. All right, make sure that I don't need to change a voltage, and I don't see, there's no voltage switch where they're telling me to check voltage, so I don't know if they've switched to a power supply. You know what I did, guys? And no one told me, like, Chris, where in the heck is our look underneath this printer? How come no one called me out on it? Are you just here for the prizes? I always take apart my printers. No one called me on it. I just got to building and everyone's like, all right, don't worry about it. Maybe it's because there's a ton of screws under here. Maybe that's why I didn't take it apart. Because it's not clear what I would take apart. I'm just here for the prizes. People coming out right now and saying, where are the prizes? You know what? I'm not going to give you a prize yet. I'm going to take apart the bottom of this printer. Everyone wants to know what's in it. But now I have to be careful. Hey, BIQU, which screws do I take off on the bottom to see what's in this thing? Can you help me? Or am I going to just start removing screws and hope for the best? I'm not going to ruin your printer, I promise. Well, I'm not going to promise, but I typically don't ruin printers. So, it's not the side. The whole bottom comes off. There's nothing on the side. I'm not even looking for the not even looking for the switch. There is no switch to check voltages. I'm here because people tune into my streams typically for the electrical side of things. All right, no word from BIQU yet. I'm just going to start unscrewing. Let's do it. Again, that's why I've got the little bowl here. I'm not going to lose anything. I'll figure it out. I'll put it back together if I tear it up. It's just mechanical. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It didn't go far. It was just it fell that far. Nothing bad happened. Don't worry about it. Okay. We're fine. We're fine. Pardon? I'm sorry, did I say something? All right. Is that all I need to take off? Nope. I'm going to have to take off the corners. I was just asked what my cup is. My cup is a 3D Fuel Earth 2019 bunny mug. And inside of it is coffee. If you didn't see what happened when I started laughing, I literally almost dropped the printer off the back of the table. So, sorry if that wasn't clear. But I literally almost dropped the printer. It is not Jack and Coke. I wish it was Jack and Coke. I mean, no, it's great. It's just coffee. Oh, I'm getting it. I'm not sure if those corner ones, it's like literally every screw in the bottom of this thing has to be pulled out. Holy crap. When I asked BIQU what screw I need to remove, I think the reason that they weren't able to tell me is because literally every screw has to come out. That's okay. When I'm done taking it apart, we'll give away something else. Brian already set all the screws. Brian, have you already seen someone else's screen or stream, or have you gotten one of these too? Or did you just guess correctly? So, all the screws have been removed. And since all the screws have been removed, the bottom came off. I got all the feet. All the feet are fine. Thank you for noticing. All right. Now, like I said, I wish I would have done this before I had the whole thing put together, because then it would have been easier to show you everything. Now it's hard for me to see everything. I don't want to do that. That's fine. It's not going anywhere this time, I swear. But my monitor might. What the hell is going on? Gravity. Gravity. Okay. Let's look at the close-up camera and take a look. Okay, I don't know. We're going to do our very best. I'm going to have to turn up the brightness on this camera. That better? That's probably better. What is in here? Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's as good as it's getting. I'm going to go around to the other side of the table extremely carefully, not shaking my table or anything. All right, so here we go. Is that clear? It's somewhere in there clear. All right, so this is a BIGTREETECH. Looks like an SKR2 to me. Is that a SKR2? Looks like an SKR2. I don't see an SKR2 marking on it. Do they say SKR2? That's what it looks like to me. So, think it's an SKR2. BIGTREETECH, I'm sure, can clarify if they are still watching. They have shielded their serial cables that are going to the front mounted display, which is fantastic. I totally agree with this. This keeps these from getting garbled. As you see on some displays, every now and then you'll get garbled displays, and this is why, because these are not shielded, and this is nice. Speaking of which, the display up here, which you can't see, is a TFT35 SPI. That's an SPI. That's a type of bus, meaning that this is a SPI bus communication that goes to the front panel. This means it probably does not have the Marlin mode. It's probably just touch mode. Again, if I'm wrong on that, they can let me know. Has a different layout than the SKR2. Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe it's a custom board for this. Okay, so maybe it's a custom board. All right, so anyway, so this is here. And hey, Keith B, TFT no longer runs its own firmware. You can run the TFT in multiple modes. So Keith is passing it on that we can run it in multiple modes. Thank you so much. All right, so there we go. So here it is. I do think it's a custom board. We have, looks like all of these connectors is good. Again, I like that shielded. We have an extra driver slot, so if you do decide to run a second Z motor, you will have a separate driver for it right here. It does have, what are these go to? What are these go to? I'm now learning to speak. This one goes to, so they've done all of this through this connector. They have multiple wires for the hot end here. So this is the hot end connector, and they've got multiple wires for that hot end connector. It's not ferruled because, again, they've got multiple wires going to it, and then they all smush it down. That will probably be okay, given how they're using that wire. It's good that they're using multiple pins. They're using, it looks like 3 pins each to make sure that they have enough current capacity for the hot end. They have ferruled, what is this? They have ferruled the one coming from the power supply. They have not ferruled the one going to the mainboard, or to the heated bed. So there's no ferrules going to the heated bed. Are the hot end wires 10 though? I'm not going to pull those out, because I'm worried that if I pull them out, it will be a pain in the butt to put them all back in. So for now, I'm not doing that, but I do appreciate the question there. So now comes the part that I'm not too happy to share. Let me show you. Can everybody see this? It looks like you can see. This right here, oh, look at there. That was not tightened down. It's ferruled, but they didn't tighten it down in the slot. Is the other one tightened down? The other one's tightened down. There are 2 sets of wires going to our heated bed that are not in ferrules. But they did give it extra capacity by doing double wires. But there we go. Look at that. I'm glad I looked also, because that would have completely potentially shorted out the board. Don't necessarily think it was a fire hazard. It could have caused some arcing though, for sure. So yeah, I'm really glad I opened it up. My spidey sense was tingling. Let me get a screwdriver real fast, because I'm going to need to tighten that down. All right, so now I'm going to tighten that one back down. While I don't want to pull out those hot end wires for fear that I'm not getting it back together easily, I will pull out the heated bed wires and see if those have been tinned. So let's do that real fast. And there we go, that's tightened now, so those aren't coming out of the main board. BIQU, make sure you check that. One of the board's wires from the power supply, it was not tightened down. All right, so let's pull out one of these wires from the hot end, or excuse me, going from the main board to the heated bed. Let's pull that out. Oh, okay, check this out. This isn't bad. I can get behind this. So they did not solder it. They actually put a nice, I'm guessing copper, little sheath on it and tightened it together with a little copper sheath. So it's effectively a ferrule, just without the wrapping on it. Oh wow, I'm impressed. All right, they do have ferrules. Check that out. Color me impressed. Good job, guys. And now I'm in front of it, trying to get this back in here. So now I have to get it back into the hole, which is easier said than done. So good, good. All right, give me a minute. I'm going to have to figure out how to get this back into this, which is not particularly easy. So they do have ferrules. Apparently Keith sounds like he may have had his hands on one of these. There we go. But that's not an easy thing to get your... It's not an easy thing to get in and out of. Well, that's annoying. Give me a minute, guys. Talk amongst yourself. Let me give you a topic. Ferrules or no ferrules. Discuss. There we go. Okay, I got it in there. It took some wiggling, but I got it. All right. Since that was ferruled, let me check. I'm having a little bit more faith in BIQU. There you go, Brian. Let me see if they ferruled this. Not ferruled. Okay, those don't have ferrules. They've just been wrapped together, but they do not look like they've been tinned. So since they haven't been tinned, at least you don't have to worry about them shorting out. They should clamp down on this pretty well and simply just work. So, yep, no tinning there. Just put the wires in the hole, tighten it down, good to go. Looking at the rest of the wiring real quick. I'm just ignoring you, Lightspeed, at this point. I'm just letting you know, just ignoring you at this point. Anyway, so we are good. This wire is looking good. Let me back up so you can see. We're looking at the bigger picture here. There we go. All right, so these wires are of proper gauge because there's two sets of them, thus doubling up the current that they can handle. We have one fan blowing in here from the outside that blows to this fan, which blows across our board. Now, unfortunately, unless you're keeping these out of the way, this fan's not doing as much as you'd want it to. So I'm going to actually move this wires a little bit more up here so that there's a good airflow across here. And the chassis is grounded correctly to the power supply and to the plug directly. So everything looks good. People are waiting to see it print. And we're going to put the bottom back on. Bip, bip, bip. And then we can get to printing and everyone can be happy with me again. Okay. Let's do this. All right, I'm going to put the 4 corners back on, I believe, because I think that will give me the best inquest. Oh, you just gave me $4.99 so that I would say a particular word. Huh. Well, now I'm self-conscious and I may say it wrong. You know, so I think $4.99 Lightspeed is out of his mind. Thank you again, Brian. But you want me to say millimeter instead of millimeter? Is that better? Is that what you're going for? The mella instead of the milla? All right, Tripod has just graciously decided to give his prize back. I don't know if we allow that, Tripod. I don't know if we have backsies on prizes. But I guess this one time I will allow it since we're friends and all. So yeah, okay, next drawing we're going to do 2. Thanks to Tripod giving away his filament. Marshmallows? Yeah, that's how I say marshmallows. Is there more than one way to say marshmallows? Like marshmallows or mallows? I don't say anything like that. Okay. And then there's a bonus for doing it. Thanks again, Lightspeed. I appreciate it. Oh man, the bonus prize for me tonight. We're about to start printing. Don't worry, guys. We haven't printed yet. We're about to, Paul. You haven't missed anything. I always disassemble first. So, yeah, I mean, I'm an hour and a half into this. It's not too bad, let's be honest. But we're going to print something. We're going to print something, and I think I'm probably going to end up doing what Joel did and turning up and seeing how fast. Just waiting for this thing to fall off the freaking table. Thank you, Bob. Bob is giving me money not to give in to Lightspeed's pressure. So Bob is contributing to the don't say millimeters if I don't want to fund. So there we go. Thank you, Lightspeed. Hey, that one I wholeheartedly appreciate. Thank you so much. I do put a lot of time into my content. That's one thing I won't be over humble about, because time is something that I definitely try to put into my content. So you have to admit, that last video that came up today, that was one of my shortest. That was really nice. It's 15 minutes. What the hell? I should try live streaming. It's been over a year. You absolutely should, Brian. And if you're worried about it, I'll join you. We'll do it together. All right, so we're done disassembling. We have assembled. We can now see if it will still power up, even though I've taken it apart. But I think everyone saw that if I would not have taken this printer apart, it would have been bad. We could have had arcing in that connector, and it probably just wouldn't have powered up, or maybe it would have been intermittent. It would have been bad. So I'm really happy that that I actually took it apart. I'm glad I remembered. No thanks to you guys for not telling me to take it apart. And I'm sure my hair's falling down. It's hot as... The AC's running, but it's hot in here. Let's do this. All right, so there apparently is no switch on this. I think they've switched it out for an auto power supply. Switch the coffee for an adult frosty beverage. Who's Bob? Don't know. We just have people. We have people watching. This is a stream. People are watching. Light speed, tripod. We've got Bob. We've got people all over the place. Brian. Let's get it going. So it is turned off. It is plugged in. I am going to try to give you the close-up view of the screen as we turn this on. So let's do this and get to printing. There we go. That's better. No, that's okay. No switch is good. That means they have an auto-switching power supply. Oh, look. I can power on the screen just by pushing hard enough. No, okay, no, don't say anything. It's okay. It's not going to break anything. All right. Oh, look, we have another little peel. Let's do it. Ooh. Oh, my hand's in the way. Ooh. There we go. There we go. Let's do it. As soon as we get a print going, I will get a new beverage. The coffee's about gone, and I think I'm properly enthused at this point. Thank you for the pun, Brian. That's what I wanted you here for. Let's turn it on. Look, a display. It says BIQU 3D printer, B1 SE Plus, and it is alive. It is alive. Is there a switch through the right side vent? Oh, like not that right. No, there's not a, well, I don't see a switch. It looks empty to me. There we go. It is on. Let me get you a better shot here. And we'll go through the menu real quick. We'll heat it up, get some filament loaded, yada, yada, yada. Oh, you know what? I need to give away something. Oh my God. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's give away something. How about that spool? New to 3D, awesome community of people. You know what, Jim? Thank you so much for the $5. You are absolutely right. It is an awesome community of people. The people involved in the 3D printing community are some of the best people that I've had been in a community with, to be honest. I've been in multiple communities online over the years, and I appreciate it. Let's do a giveaway. Let's do it. All right, I'm going to first bring up the spreadsheet. Okay, the spreadsheet should be updated. Yes, we've got about another 20 people, which I'm sure everybody just loves, but I think some people may have left, and if they're not present, they don't win. So I'm copying all the new people to my wheel of morality. Let's see who got that joke. Wheel of morality, turn, turn, turn. Tell us the lessons that we should learn. And I see no more coming in. So we're going to assume that everyone is in that wants to be in. What do we got? We got someone else? SEK50? I don't even know what that is. I'm sure someone will tell me. Ignore everything and go to IKEA for some of that stuff. Surströmming. That sounds amazing. And I assume that 50 SEKs will be just enough to cover that surströmming, and I'm going to butcher it. I'm going to come up there. It's $5. It's $5. That's absolutely fantastic. $5 will buy a lot at IKEA. And it's Swedish. I want to move to Sweden. Who wants to go with me? All right. All right, let's do it. So make sure no one else came in at the last minute. No, we are good. If you haven't entered, do it now. But I'm still rolling this wheel as it is. Tripod has decided to give back his prize, so let's give away Tripod's prize to someone else. How do you enter? If you haven't entered, please go check at the top. I'm going to go ahead and spin this wheel with people that are on it. If you're not on the wheel, go to the top. There's a pin to post. The pin to post, you can go ahead and click through, put your name in the hat for the drawing. I'm going to cut and paste it one more time because I'm just that kind of guy. There we go. All right, check that out. I will pull the names again after this, but we're going to go ahead and do this one. This is Tripod's spool of filament that he has given back. Let's do it. Tripod's a heck of a guy. Johnsonator. Johnsonator. Is there a Johnsonator in the house? We are giving away another spool of filament, and it goes to Johnsonator if they will let me know that they are still here and would like this spool. I'm only going to give them a few minutes, or maybe a minute. And if they do not come back and let me know they're here, then they don't win. And not taggable, so it's not looking so good for the Johnsonator. I'm going to clean up the table. No Johnsonator. Going once. Going twice. Removed. And we're going to draw it again. Canned herring. Oh, cool. Okay. Brian told me that that's canned herring. All right. No Johnsonator. They weren't here, so let's do it again. Who else is getting it this time? Do we have a Kyle Davis in the house? Is Kyle Davis here? Let's give Kyle a chance to respond that they are here and would like it. There's a Kyle Davis. So Mr. Kyle Davis, you are going to get that spool of filament. And let me say, you are a lucky person because that is a nice spool of filament. So let me go ahead. Tripod, thank you very much for giving that back to the community. Everybody check out Tripod's Garage for things that Tripod is working on, which include 3D printers, as well as other things that Tripod works on. All right, let's go back to the screen share. Let's give away an SKR V2 to someone that wants it. SKR V2 right now. And then we're going to do that octopus at the very end. So let me see, has anyone else put their name in? Yes, we have a whole bunch of new names. I'm going to give all of these new people a chance. So add the new folks. That should be everyone. I got everyone off of my spreadsheet. I have repopulated the list. I just added it. It repopulates itself once I add it. See, if I take diamond off of here and gets rid of them, it changes, and I put it back and it changes back. All right, so SKR2 with a TFT50. Ready, set, go. And the winner is, you're not going to pronounce this very easily, Yagagum. Yagagum? Yagagum? Do we have this person here? Are they here? Yagagum. Yagagum. I'm going to keep mispronouncing it until you show up here. Are they here, or did someone take off too early? Oh, thank you very much, BIGTREETECH. It's an amazing live stream. BIGTREETECH will produce more promising boards. Everyone, thanks for your support. So thank you, BIGTREETECH, for coming in, sponsoring this stream again. fantastic. I appreciate you joining in the stream and for the donation. Thank you very much. Did we get a Yagaigum? No Yagaigum? No, I still haven't seen him or her. All right. I'm going to call it Alf. We're going to find someone else. 3, 2, 1. No Yagaigum. Let's do it again. You still have the chance. Yagaigum is here? Where? Did they speak up? Hold on. Check up. It's a bit. Let me check. I don't. Everyone else is saying. Yagaigum's me. Check my email. Bob Euler. All right, let's check. Let's check this Bob Euler person. Yagaigum. Okay, I'll give it to you because it does say that that is your name. And I don't think anyone else would have known that. So I will give it to Bob Euler. Bob, don't change your name on me next time. That makes things really confusing. All right, so give me a second. Let me put Bob's name on my list. So Bob gets that SKR V2. Kyle Davis, I'll feature the filament on Xerog Discord with some prints. Do it, Kyle. Thank you very much. All right, so we are done with that for now. One prize left to give away, but we're going to do that in the middle of the test print. So let's get to test printing. So thank you very much. Did Bob do 2 entries? Holy crap, now we're getting into some stuff. Did you do that, Bob? Did you enter more than once? Let's see. I don't think so. No, Bob only entered once. I can verify in the spreadsheet that email address only pops up one time. We have an honest person on our hands. So, we're good. We're good. The name and email address only pops up once. And now you've slowed me down. All right. Now test print. All right. Nope. No, only one. Yep, I can verify. Bob only entered once. Let's print something. All right, close up. Let me bring back up my app. All right, so how close up? I don't think you guys need super close up of this. If so, let me know. I'm going to have to move around to the front here because I want to be able to see what I'm doing. You know, I'm not this clumsy, I promise. Okay, I can't promise that because I'm sure my family would pop in and disagree with me. So, anyway, let's get a close-up view of this. And there we go. I'm going to have to get my head in the way of this light because it's going to... There we go. All right, so let's go back. Looks pretty good, right? We've got filament. We can set the temperature there. We've got our hot end. We can set the bed temperature here. It's very responsive. Fan. Set fan speed, full. Cuts on. Stop. Cuts off. We've got single-sided cooling, it looks like. Let me turn that on again. Yep. Or do we have dual-side cooling? We might have dual-sided cooling here. Very, very nice. I'm going to take it apart to see. Stop that again. Can you double check to see if it's a dual screen? I believe it isn't. Let's see. Hold it down. If I hold it down, it doesn't do anything. I've lost the colors here. The colors are still here in my view of it. So this is just a brightness problem on the camera, guys. I apologize. You can see the colors are still there. So anyway, it's just an angle issue. If I press this button, it just does a reset. So that doesn't switch anything. Oh, thank you for the new subscriber. Appreciate that. Alpha Lahani. All right. So first things first, let's go ahead and do what they tell us to. First things first, we need to power socket, confirm the wiring. Before turning on, please check the voltage. We didn't need to do that. So they actually say to go ahead and put in the filament. I don't know why we would do that at this point, but you know what? I'm a man that follows directions, and that is not an oxymoron. So we're going to take this orange filament we got, unfortunately not the BIQU blue like I had planned. It did come with snips. I'm going to use the ones it came with. All right, David, thank you for dropping by. I'm sure you can catch this tomorrow. The streams are always still on the channel the next day and all days following that. But I'm going to go ahead and load up the filament here. Take it through the filament detector. Went in easy, straight into the extruder. Also went in easy. And just squeeze down the extruder knob. Thanks, David, for dropping by. Appreciate it. It's always fun having you. I'm just going to push it in until it stops. All right. I do want to check out my eccentric nuts. They seem good over here. They seem good over here. And a little loose on the bed. Yeah, the eccentric nuts are a little loose on the bed, so let me take care of that first. If you're not familiar with eccentric nuts, let's do a little bit of teaching while we're here. The eccentric nuts, they are nuts that are on the wheels, usually one set of one side of the wheels, that will tighten against the extrusion if you move them in one direction. They are quite slightly off-centered, so when you screw them, you move them around and it tightens. And so that's what I'm doing here, is I'm just tightening these eccentric nuts so that there's no wobble in it. It's super easy to do. You just take your pliers, and now the eccentric nuts on here are tight. Notice they move when I turn the wheels. The wheels are not spinning freely any longer. So that was an easy fix. And thank you to BIQU for putting the eccentric nuts on the left and the right on the outside, because otherwise they're really a pain to get to. Everything else looks tight. Okay, so I put in the filament. Are you guys being like vowel police tonight? I'm reading what you're writing there. There it is. BIQU right there in the chat saying later they will release the Dual Z upgrade kit, so please stay tuned. BIQU, send me one. I will put it on. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I think it's a great idea. It looks like they already have everything in place to do that, so that'll be a nice upgrade. All right, next up, let's do it. We're going to definitely need our SD card. I'm going to go and put that in. I'm going to assume that there is a test print on here, and if that assumption is wrong, we might not do a test print tonight. So I'm going to put it in. It goes in right side up? No, it goes in upside down. Okay, I think it goes in upside down. All right, close up. And again, you guys can't read this nearly as well as I wish you would. Let me turn on the brightness. I have the power to do that. Remember, we still have one more prize. There we go. I'm going to get it. Now you can see it a little bit better. If you wire one motor backwards, you'll have dueling Z motors. Oh, Brian. So much fun. All right, screen instructions, screen heating module, menu, squeeze out, emergency stop, screen settings, machine settings, automatic leveling. Let's start with automatic leveling. So we're going to go to menu. Menu. Oh, seriously. Menu. There it is. All right. Then we are going to go to leveling. And we're going to say ABL. Please clean the nozzle. There's nothing on my nozzle. And we are now heating up the bed. We're heating up the bed to... There we go. We're heating up the bed to 50, and we're heating up the nozzle to 180. I approve this message. Thank you so much, BIQU, for making us heat it up before we actually do the leveling. That's fantastic. What about the printer's nozzle? What about it? I checked the nozzle. It's clear. All right. We're going to heat up. We're going to back up so that you can see what's going on. There shouldn't be any need to really see the screen anymore. Boop. There we go. Good enough. Good enough. Again, thanks to BIQU for providing both the printer and the prizes for this evening. Thank you to BIGTREETECH for dropping in the chat as well, and for the super chat. That's wonderful. Thank you for helping out the channel. Once we get this print going, we have our last drawing. I'm not going to make people stay to the very end of the test print if they don't want to. I know it's late. I know they can catch the end of this test print tomorrow. So I won't worry about that. We will go ahead and give it away. I will let this print run to completion with me, may or maybe not here, depending if I go get me a nice beverage now that I'm done with my coffee. And we'll give away that last Octopus board, and then people can see the results in the morning. You'll be able to come to the channel and watch the end of the live stream, or you'll be able to go to various social media places like Instagram and Twitter and actually just check out the photos, because I'll post them. How's that? JD Cam C says, smash that like button for me, and I appreciate that. Oh, look, we're moving. Let me get my head out of the way. There we go. Nelson says, what's the firmware for the interface? I believe that's coming directly, actually, is, what's his name? Holy crap. What I get for tripod, nozzle. Keith, that's what I'm thinking of. Is Keith still in? Keith can tell us more about the firmware. So if Keith is here, Keith can tell us where the interface is coming from. It's coming off of SPI, so that means it should be coming from the main firmware. It should actually be coming from the firmware from Marlin, actually. Now, whether they've added their own graphics or whatever, very possible, but there we go. Let's see. The firmware for the printer is Marlin. I'm almost positive because Keith knew about it. I'm not seeing the light. I'm not seeing the light because I'm not at the right angle. Oh, that was Filament. Don't worry about it. Never a dull moment. Tells you how much I need to clean up my garage, though. The filament's literally killing things at this point. Ugh. There you go. So you can't see the LED because I'm not at the right height for it. But there is an LED that's lighting up inside here that is actually the strain gauge lighting up. It looks like, am I right, this is a 5x5 grid, it looks like. Did I count that right? I didn't smash the camera, it's just filament. There's so much filament. So this is actually leveling using the tip of the nozzle. So if you're wondering how this is working, that's exactly how this is working. Now this is going to get a little bumpy here, but I want to show it to you. So this is how it's doing it. It's actually, you can see that blue LED right there. And it is actually hitting the tip of the nozzle. And as it hits the tip of the nozzle, it is lighting up that LED, acknowledging that it's actually touching the bed. There it is. I didn't want you to miss that. I think this is a neat part of the leveling process. And so they are leveling the whole bed. And I actually like this grid. It's a big grid. It is accurately measuring a lot of the bed. Now, I will make the snide little comment that I'm not a big fan of fixed beds because unless they're super square, you're still compensating for an untrammed bed. Look it up. But I have to say, if you've got to do a fixed mounted bed, and don't get me wrong, from a usability standpoint, this makes a lot of sense. But they've done a good job with it. It is a nice fixed mounted bed. It's a large fixed mounted bed, and since they've moved the actual leveling part to the tip of the nozzle, you know it's accurate. So there we go. So while I'm not a big fan of fixed mounted beds, they've done a good job with it. Not upset. There we go. There we go. We're done. All right. So next I am going to, let's heat up the nozzle so that, I'm going to heat up the nozzle so I can go and get the filament in. 190 sounds good to do that with. Let's see, let's see if it actually has a load unload. It actually does have a preheat. So preheat PL A takes us to 200 on the bed, 60, or excuse me, 200 on the bed, 200 on the nozzle, 60 on the bed. All right. Let's raise it up a little bit off of the bed if I'm going to actually extrude some filament. All right. And now that we've got that raised up a bit, let's go ahead and extrude some filament. Let's just do a load operation, which I'm sure it will do as soon as it reaches the height I told it to go to. Is it working? Is it moving? Let's do it again. Load. There it goes. So it just loads like 5 millimeters at a time. So they did test print with this. You see right there, there is some white filament coming out, and my filament's not white. So they did do a test print with this printer. I don't know how they got by with that wire that was loose, but we fixed it. And now the orange is coming out. So there we go. Now we are loaded. I'm going to go back. Let's print something. Let's just get that out of the way. Print onboard SD. We have Cura installation tutorial in case you needed a, nope, I can't see what I'm doing. There we go. So there we go. We got Cura 4.8 installation tutorial for BIQU, so I'm assuming this is here in case you needed additional instructions, which I've already walked you through. We have models, and we have a user manual. That's it for there. Let's look in models. And yes, we have 2 G codes. We have a Cub Bank and a Pokemon. I don't know how big the Cub Bank is. I know Joel printed the Pokemon. So you guys are welcome to throw up some votes. The Cub bank may be too big. I don't know how big that's going to be because it's a bank. The Pokemon is a small little Bulbasaur, I believe. And that would be cute. So what do you think? Bank? I got one vote for bank. Let's see. Joel was able to do a some sort of poll here. I don't know if I've seen that before. Let's see. Can I do a poll? How did Joel do a poll? Custom emojis. Show your support. There it is. Let's do it. Let's create a poll. We're going to do bank. Which print? Bank or Pokemon? And I can't spell Pokemon apparently. There we go. Ask your community. Which one? Did that work? Did people get a poll? Where does that pop up? I'm seeing lots. There it is. Now it's popping up for me. Everyone vote in the poll. So we have 120 people in the chat. And people can vote today on which one they want. We got bank is heartily winning at 70%. So can we get like 100 people to actually vote? Are people that participatory? Or not? Let's go for 75. Let's go for 75 people voting, although bank is winning heavily. No matter how big the bank is, people want to see it. We got 10 more people, 11 more people to vote. If you are within the sound of my voice, vote on this poll. We got 71 votes. Oh, wow. Pagan Wizard so much wants the bank, he paid for it. Pagan Wizard's putting his money where his vote is. I don't necessarily think that that's always okay, but in this case, I will allow it. I don't think, yep, all right. We're well above the threshold that this is going to go the other way. We have 70% for the bank. We have $5 for the bank. I'm going to end this poll, and we also have 80 votes totally in. So I'm going to end the poll. The bank wins. Let's do the Cub bank. All right, let's do it. Close up again. And if you have not entered the drawing, now is your time to enter the drawing. Please do so. It is pinned to the top of the post. That was the same stack of filament that I re-stood up in the same spot, and it fell again. And as you can see, it unplugged the camera at the same time. So I'm moving that stack of filament and re-plugging in the camera because camera. Oh man. Let's fix it. My goodness. It didn't break anything. It was the same spool of filament, same spools of filament. I screwed it up. We're still here. Nothing bad happened. Same spool. Took out the camera. No, I didn't take out the camera. There we go. I'm back. Let me just get that camera back up. It's not a big deal. Ah, boy, oh boy. So you're going to see a... We'll figure it out. Is it this one? Nope, that's that one. There it is. See, we're right back. His filament. I tell you what, we're fine. We're fine here. Nothing bad has happened. Let's go ahead and get this print going. Yeah, we saw nothing again. It was black screen. I was fixing it. I don't have like a producer or something that goes and fixes these things for me. But you don't have to worry about it happening again because I moved it. I learned my lesson the second time. So that's fine. And let's go ahead and start the Cub bank. No, I chose the Pokemon, and I didn't mean to. So, we'll fix it. Sorry about that. So, I will say, just from usage, the touchscreen's a bit... I don't know. It's okay. It's not super responsive, like I said. I didn't have a very big click area there. I have man hands, and so I clicked the Cub Bank. I said Cub. That's all right. We're fine. We'll get it. Anyway, so I have man hands here. I tried to click one. I got the other. Now I have to be patient while it corrects itself. I've already clicked stop. And I have a little piece of filament stuck to the bed. I can get that out of my way. All right, let's try it again. Cub, no! Okay, now stop it. All right, so while that corrects itself again, I'm going to go grab a stylus because apparently we're going to keep having this problem. It's either that or the screen needs calibrating. So let's try again. Cub Bank, looky there, stylus. They might need to include these for, you know, normal size male hands. Anyway, fixed. There we go. Now we are homing again. No, I didn't treat the bed with hairspray. The only thing I did was clean it off with water, just like BIQU told me. Okay, so it looks like it's already homed, and now we're probably just waiting for the hot end to get up to 190. The bed is not treated. It has a coating already on it. This black coating is pretty standard on some of these glass beds. Okay, we're going to do a purge line. And now we're purging. Let's see, how does that feel? Feels a little far away from the bed, but not bad. I'm going to no, that actually is really good. This one's a little further than I want, but that one feels really good, so I like it. Let's get to printing. So is it quiet? Yeah, it's really quiet. Let me get close. It's not making any sound. Yeah, I hear the motors a little bit, but it's as much the bed moving as anything. Very nice. Yeah, actually the Z offset from the bed is really, really good in the center of the bed. I like it. Very nice job. Couldn't have done it better myself. I mean that. It's really well done. Go a little brighter on that for you. There you go. That's better. Ooh, very nice. Slickman 1953 says, I have very good luck printing on just glass, no coating. I do too when I'm printing. On a very clean glass. If I've just cleaned it in the sink, I've gone over that with people before. This is what I typically use on glass. The nano polymer adhesive from Vision Miner. That's what I typically use on glass. I love it. It's a little expensive, but it lasts forever because it comes in a nice big container. That's just the sample container that you can get from them if you want to try it out. How long is the print time for this print? Let's find out. Does it say? Does it have an estimate? It does not have an estimate. I will say the nozzle temp and bed temp is staying pretty constant. Nozzle temp is fluctuating between 189 and 190. The bed is 59 to 60, so it's really well done. But I like it. It looks good. If you go into the nozzle menu, oh, that just switches. Okay, and we can baby step. You probably can't see that. Let me, while it's printing, let me show you this. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to show you what I just found. And again, I know my colors here are not very great. It's a little bloomy. But if I click here, it goes between things. So first it starts off on nozzle, and then you can change the temperature of the nozzle. Okay? Then I can click there, and it changes, do you want 10 degrees? Then it goes to hotbed, and I can change the temperature of the hotbed. I can then baby step down if I need to. So if I need to increase or decrease the distance from the bed, I can baby step right here. Then if I want to change the speed, I can go 5% faster, I can go 10% faster, you know, whatever I want to, normal speed, whatever I want to do. Okay? Then there's the flow, I can increase the flow. And then there's the fan speed. And then there is the nozzle. So that's the menus, which I think is pretty nice to be able to see. Going back to the print. Okay. So I don't know how long this is going to take. Let it get a little bit more, and then I will go ahead and give away the last prize to everybody, so you don't have to stick around, and you can just check out the results if you want to. There we go. Pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. It is a brass nozzle. And someone was asking about the cooling. I honestly think that there is cooling on this side is what it looks like. It looks like we actually have a fan on this side. This side definitely does not have a fan because there's a plate of some sort on this side. So it's a brass nozzle. Cooling fan on this side, not one on this side. I do think we might be getting some of the cooling runoff from the hot end cooler, maybe coming down this way a little bit. So it may be getting a little bit of dual-sided cooling. I'll have to play with it. Is it orange or pink filament? It is orange filament. Is that a resistive film screen? It feels like it. It does feel resistive. So, yeah, I think it's resistive. I didn't say, it doesn't say anywhere in particular, but yeah, it does feel like it. It's not like super responsive. I actually feel like I'm pushing into it for it to actually register. So there we go. It's printing really good. My personal look at the... Let me look at it. I'm going to get my flashlight here so I can get a good look at it. So it looks really good. Looking at the filament on the bed, it looks like it was a touch too close because I have a little bit of, just a little bit of overextrusion into the bed. That's from either possibly a little bit of overextrusion from the nozzle, but more likely just being a touch too close to the bed. The next layer is looking really good though. And all right, so you guys have waited long enough. Let's do that final giveaway that people have been waiting for. We've got 124 people still viewing, and it's a cub bank, not a cube bank. Cub bank. I think it's going to be like a bear cub or something. Anyway, let's give away that final prize. Again, we are printing. Everything went well. I'll give my final sort of go through here before people take off. This is adhering well. We're on layer 2. We may speed it up a little bit so that it finishes this evening. All right, so while that goes, here I am. All right, let's do it. Okay, if you have not entered, I'm going to make sure I give people a little bit of time since this is the final giveaway. I'm going to post it one more time. Here's the entry form. If you haven't entered, please do so. Someone's commenting, Arouge, commenting on how quiet it is, and I do. I think it's a very quiet machine. Very, very nice. I don't know if the fans are full speed yet, but it's really quiet. I mean, the steppers are great so far. I believe these are 2225s or 2226s, the stepper drivers, which are equivalent to 2208s or 2209s in a different package. All right, enter the drawing. You guys, I'm going to let people have time to enter the drawing. I'm going to get a quick beverage. I really mean that. I'm going to be right back with a beverage. And when I come back, we will go ahead and we will draw for that last prize. So stick around for 2 seconds and I will be right back. There, I'll stop talking to myself and talk to you. Hopefully you can hear me now. There we go. All right, sorry about that. Anyway, what I was saying was, I am back with my grog of beverage. These are my favorite things to drink out of. Love them. I get them at the Renaissance Festival. One day, my goal is to buy some of these for the channel with my cool logo on them, and get these for everybody. I love these things. They are fun to drink out of, and they are, you know, a little insulated since they're ceramic. Anyway, let's do this. If everyone's in, that's great. If you're not in at this point, that's unfortunate. Let me bring up the wheel. Let's find out the last name that was in here. It was Diamond Dye. Let me see who has signed up since Diamond Dye. There is everyone. Let me cut and paste this list into the wheel. We have 140 entries, but keep in mind we have only 119 viewers. All right, thanks Tripod for dropping in. Thanks for staying so long. Congratulations on the win, and thank you for providing it back to the community. Appreciate that. Good night, Tripod. Take it easy. So let's go ahead and everybody ready? Time to give away that new board. What are we giving away here? This is going to be the Octopus with a TFT50. So one of their brand new boards, nice big, what was that, 5-centimeter display. This is the nice one. Hopefully everyone's ready. Gonna go back into it. Let's do the screen share. Here we go. We've got the Octopus. John's going with the luck, throwing the octopuses into the chat. And here we go. Ready, set, spin. Must be present to win the prize. Mad Monkey, holy crap, Mad Monkey, are you in the chat still? Are you still here, Mr. Monkey? Is Mad Monkey here? Mad Monkey Makes, I just said I wouldn't mind one. Well, apparently you get one, sir. Are you accepting your prize, sir? I think you are, because it sounds like you need one. Is this correct? Congrats, Mad Monkey Makes. BIQU is accepting your win. You are very welcome. I'm going to cut and paste that over to my screen here. Let's go back up to the close-up and bring it up. All right, so I have all of the winners here. What we have the SKR2 with TFT50s won by Jeff Pye and Yagagam. I'm still going to pronounce it that way because that's still how I have it in my chart. The Octopus with TFT50 Display goes to Mad Monkey Makes. We have a BIQU Blue Premium Filament won by Matt B. And we have a BIQU Blue Premium Filament to Kyle Davis. You will all be getting emails from me asking for your name and your mailing address, and I will be forwarding those on to BIQU so that they can send those directly to you. Thank you for tuning in this evening, and thank you everyone for making this a fantastic stream. I'm going to stick around for just a few more minutes while I answer any questions you have about any of my content thus far. Any printer questions that you have, I don't mind filling a few questions. That's what I like to do towards the end of these streams here. I'm going to do that 1 second, though, after I wrap up my thoughts on at least what I have here. And then I'm going to let it run. I'm going to let this run to completion all evening long, and the stream will just run until in the morning if it needs to. Because I want you to see what it produces real time, and then if people want to watch it back tomorrow or just take a look at my photos tomorrow, they'll be able to do that. This one looks like a pretty big print, I believe. So I'm going to go back to this shot, which is a little bit more of me, and let's give my final thoughts on this. So, my hair is not cooperating. I know that's funny, isn't it? So Ben Brady was helping a guy in firmware, guy in Canada on his firmware, so that's good. Do I have a comparison for the Octopus versus SKR2? The Octopus has 8 steppers. The SKR2 has 5 steppers, so 3 more steppers. Other than that, a lot of the features are similar, so there's not a complete guide out for me yet. I'm sure you can find some other ones. Kuma says this was a great stream. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Let me wrap up real quick. I'm going to read the chat after that for a few minutes. So my thoughts. Number one, I thought the electronics were fairly well integrated. They had ferrules where they should have had ferrules. They didn't have ferrules where they shouldn't have ferrules. My only complaint, obviously, I opened it up. I found a loose wire. That was bad, obviously. It's hard to tell everyone that gets this printer to open it up to make sure they don't have loose connections. So, you know, I hope BIQU sees this. I hope they make a note in their factory to correct the issues. Because that's obviously a problem. We don't want shorted out printers coming from the factory. But if you have a problem, you may want to check that out. Overall, it looks to be printing very well. Although I do not typically like or recommend fixed beds to people, this one seems to be relatively well done. While you can't tram the bed, it does have a lot of points to do the auto bed leveling, which means you're at least going to get a pretty good level. If the build is pretty square, then the tramming won't be as necessary. The fade height, which is where it corrects for any bed differences, will compensate for the changes. So overall, I'm happy with it. Assembly was one of the easiest assemblies that I've done on a printer. It would be nice if there was a few less wires hanging out the back, but unfortunately I don't have a good solution for that. I mean, that's the style of printer it is, right? Build volume is excellent on this printer. You could definitely print a helmet. Most helmets on it. See? Definitely could print most helmets on it. So if you're looking for a helmet printer, if you're looking for a larger format printer, this may be for you. Obviously, since this is my first print on it, I do not have a recommendation. But I obviously do have links in the description that you can buy the printer directly from Amazon. You can get it from BIQU's website. If you buy it through Amazon, you get the free build plate. So you'll have 2 build plates with this. You know, for example, if you were attempting to print one thing, pull it off, start your next print before it even cools, you could do that with that second build plate. So check out the 2 Amazon affiliate links in the description. That will get you the build plate, that will get you the printer. Right now they have $50 off. Again, I'm not sure if those work together. I assume they do, and I hope they do. So that'll get you this printer, a build plate for $299, auto bed leveling, 310 by 310 by 340 build volume, touch screen that you might need a stylus for if you have big hands. But overall, I can say I'm pretty happy with it out of the box. It's not having any problems printing. Quality overall looks pretty good. I really can't comment on the print quality right now, other than it's printing, it's not clogging, it's not having matte over extrusion, matte under extrusion, anything like that, so it looks pretty good. That's my analysis for this evening. Thank you everybody for joining me. Now let's take a look at the chat for a few minutes. First of all, thank you Kuma for the $5, what is that they call it? Super sticker, right? Something like that, super sticker. I'm going to go back to this view because you guys need to watch the print. You don't need to see me. But thank you very much, Kuma. I'm glad you enjoyed the chat so much. I'm going to go up in the chat a little bit because I know some people were messaging me. Thank you 3DHP for the great stream. I appreciate that. Let's see what else we have. A lot of people had to leave. I completely understand. It's late for me too. It's about 11:40 here, 11:40 p.m. How many printers do I have? Currently that I can see with my eyes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, including resin, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 printers. You asked. You asked. This is not bragging. I can't use them all. They are all going to schools this year is my plan. I plan on donating all of my extra printers, either printers I don't have room for or printers that don't fit my needs, will all be donated to local schools or local maker spaces this year, now that we have gotten far enough out of COVID for me to visit, take them their printers, and at least show them how to use them. So if you ever wondered what do I do with the extra machines after I'm done with them, I have no intention of selling them. I don't sell them. At least I never have up until this point. I do like to donate them to local groups that can use them that typically may not have the budget for them. So, in case you were wondering. Again, I gave you a small comparison of the Octopus to the SKR2. Someone's mentioning H2. I hate to do it, BIQU and BIGTREETECH, because I know you're both here, you both have been here. I'm still having problems with my H2. The H2 is still sitting down there on my other Ender 5 Plus. It's coming off. It has been unreliable on that printer. I'm not happy with it. I've done a lot of different things with it. I've even bought a new one that I'm going to try on a different printer. It's a brand new one. It just came here a couple of weeks ago. I'm going to see if it's any better than that first original 2 boxes, because I got 2 of them. I got one that they sent me for review, and I got one that they sent that I bought with their Kickstarter. So I'm not happy with it so far, but I'm going to keep trying. Thank you to everyone telling me great stream. I've really enjoyed tonight. It's been super fun. Matthew Brown, first live unboxing. Thank you. I'm glad this was your first. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you very much for joining us. Sweet B, you're welcome. BIQU, again, thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sponsoring the prizes for this stream. I think everyone had a good time. Let me see, where am I? Let's see. Could an Ender, Aaron is asking, could an Ender 5 Pro be converted to this kind of bed leveling? Absolutely. Now, the easy thing to do would be to fix mount the bed, which again, I'm going to have a rant on that eventually. I'm not big on fixed bed mat, but let's just go with your question. Yes, you could fix mount the bed. Yes, you could put any sort of auto leveler you want on it and do the same sort of deal. And just keep in mind, since you didn't tram the bed, you're letting the ABL do all your fixing for you. If you're okay with that, if you're not printing really high accuracy geometric parts, then you'll be fine. But yes, it could. BIQU, again, you're welcome. I'm glad I've been able to do this with you guys. Wife says that's too many. Colby wants to see RepRap running on a printer. You might be getting that sooner than you think. I've got a lineup of so much content I want to produce, but one of them, I'm almost positive, has RepRap on it, and I do believe BIQU and BIGTREETECH is involved in that video. So you may be able to figure that one out. But yeah, RepRap is coming. It's not really a comparison. It'll actually be the first time I've ever run RepRap on a printer. CNC Maker's got a GTR and a TFT50 that he's putting on his Ender 5 Plus, creating for months now. Prusia Orange on that one. That'll be cool. Sadiq, you're very welcome. Do you think the nozzle sensor will interfere with the heat break? Not sure how it moves. Until I pull it apart, I won't know. Obviously, I tried to pull it apart a little bit. I didn't want to break it for the print tonight. So because of that, I can't answer the question until I actually do some dissection. Let's see. Chris, I'm trying to be patient, but after watching all of your Ender 5 Plus content, I still have problems leveling the bed. Any thoughts on where to begin? Steve, I assume that you're still running the stock firmware if you're having problems, because I just recently released a how to level using the Marlin leveling procedure. So I would say if you're still having problems leveling, I don't know when, and I don't want to make promises, but I might be releasing a video on how to just do the leveling of the stock firmware on the Ender 5 Plus because so many people are confused by it. But I did go through it in my Ender 5 Plus live unboxing. So, if you haven't seen the last live unboxing that I did on the Ender 5 Plus, in that video I leveled it. So if you're still having problems after that, leave me a comment and I'll see what I can do. Let's see. BIQU saying they're going to look into the H2 extruder. Appreciate that. Let's see. Chris, do you have any plans on taking a Voron 2.4? Would like to see your thoughts on the Speed Demon. I want to. I want to build a 2.4, and I want to build a big 2.4. I want to build a 2.4 that's the size of an Ender 5 Plus. I want to build one that is at least 350 by 350, maybe 400 by 400 if I'm crazy. But I don't know when I'll do it. I've got so much on my plate. I'm working on a huge project for the channel that uses 3D printing but isn't about 3D printing. So maybe in the future. I would love to build one. I think everyone's like, this is the ultimate printer, and I'd love to have one. So BIQU, special offer, $2.99. Don't miss it. I think I'm almost caught up. Am I almost caught up? Let's see. The CNC Maker, yes, great job. Unboxing, build, yep. Let's see. Ron likes his Duet boards. May never go back to Marlin. I hear that. Duet makes terrific boards. I mean, as a hardware company, they are fantastic. But they're expensive. I mean, you get what you pay for, I guess. Let's see. Pronterface really helped leveling on their Ender 5 Plus. So check out Pagan's Wizards content. They said it helps just using Pronterface for the leveling rather than trying to use the interface, and that's probably very true. I haven't thought about that. Maybe I'll do the how to level your bed using the console. Let's see. It was looking into converting my Ender 5 Plus into a Voron. Any thoughts? Well, I don't think you'll be converting it into a Voron. I think I'm seeing, okay. Ooh, I lost connectivity there for a minute. What was that about? I saw me spinning. I don't know. Did anyone else see that? Did I drop some frames? Anyway. Stream says healthy. I don't know what that deal was. Okay. Anyway, let's see. You wouldn't actually be converting an Ender 5 Plus into a Voron. You may add Core XY. You may add Core XY movement to an Ender 5 Plus, but it wouldn't be a Voron unless you build a Voron. A Voron is a very specific build of materials, has its special shape, it has all of its functionality. So if you want to put a Core XY on it, there used to be a kit made by a company, and I have one of those kits. I may do a multi-night live stream on how to install it because it's a big deal, but you can't buy it anymore. They discontinued it. Apparently the parent company is no longer selling it. I don't know what the deal is, but I've talked to them about possibly bringing it back up and making it for sale to people, but as of right now, I don't have a solid answer on whether they're going to permit that. All right. Let's see. So, hey, BIQU says, build you a Voron, but use the Octopus, which, I mean, that's one of the boards that people recommend for it. So, you know, use the Octopus. Get you an Octopus to build you a Voron, absolutely. Will you be doing any additional content on resin printers and resin printing? Yes. I have a video filmed, and it will be up in the next few weeks. I don't want to tell what it's about because that will spoil it. But yes, I will have one video coming out on resin printing that talks about resin. And I will have probably one more talking about a resin printer upgrade that I've had sitting around for a long time that I need to install. And I'm still working on that one. But yes, more resin content is coming up. And as I do more projects with resin, which is where I'm kind of trying to pivot a little bit towards, is more projects, less just mods. You will see more resin printing and how I use it, and like why do I use resin printing instead of FDM sometimes. So, should I open my B1 that just got delivered today, or think about returning it, getting one of these upgrades with it? So you got just a regular B1, and now you see this one. Sounds like a personal choice. Sounds like a personal choice. I mean, this is bigger. This has auto bed leveling, but it sounds like a personal choice. So I can't answer that one for you. Let's see. Watching your videos is why I picked up the Ender 5 Plus. Looking forward to the Voron 2.4 build, so I can blame that one on you as well. Well, you know, that's what we're here for, to make videos so that you can blame us when you have to get one for yourself. Without that, I mean, like, who would you blame? You couldn't blame yourself. Stay away from the Voron. The community is very toxic. Well, I'm hearing that from certain people, but just keep in mind, while a certain community may be portrayed one way or the other, you have two things that you can do. I'm going to get on a soapbox, even though I don't have a soapbox here to stand on. Number one, join the community. Try to make positive changes. Let them know they're not acting right. Let them know that this isn't okay. Try to make a positive change in the community that you want to be a part of. Number two, if that community is not giving you the kind of help that you need or that you even deserve, number one, try to work without the community. Seek out other people that are in nearby communities, adjacent communities, or form your own community. Again, I'm not talking about Voron specifically because I don't know the community. I've never tried to be a part of it. But again, if you find a community that doesn't fit you, form a new one, try to make changes in that one. You know, I'd hate to see people not build something that looks like that they would love just because the community's a pain in the boo-honky. Anyway, off my soapbox. Let's see, Kersey Fabrications. I have seen other videos where FDM prints were dipped in resin and flashed with UV light to give a very smooth finish. Have you ever tried that? I haven't tried that specifically. I do have something. Let me go get the box so I can show it to you. This is just the box. I've actually used the product. So, if you're thinking about doing that, I prefer this way. This is a product, and I know you can't see me because I'm small here. So let's just do that. So this is a product called XTC3D, as you can see right there. This is made by Smooth On, who is a resin, like, mold making powerhouse company. This is a brush-on coating for FDM prints that will save you some time smoothing and sanding. Now, if you use something like this, if you use a brush-on resin, keep in mind it might get rid of small details because it's going to fill in some of those details. Now, I have found that the XTC3D is one of the best products if you don't want to lose any more details than you have to, because it is very thin, it goes on very smooth and lightweight. But it's a good choice if you want to do this. I'm sure you can find it on Amazon. It's a great product. I'm really happy with it. I actually have a review that's been half done for a long, long time using XTC3D, and I was happy with it. It sands so much easier than PLA, so it will save you some time. Boop. All right. Grave79, if you haven't already dropped, thanks for dropping by. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Have I printed medical grade stuff with 3D printers? No, I have not. The biggest problem you have with printing anything medical grade will be the fact that there are layer lines and things can get in those layers, and it will actually, you know, it'll be one use or it can contaminate it. So unless you have a very specific use case that you know this is a good application for medical 3D printing, and you know that there's someone that will purchase it, you know all of the problems that you may have with it, I wouldn't go into it because I think that there is a lot of dangers with 3D printing and medicine unless you have a way to really make sure that they're sterile, or unless they're one use and you throw them out. Kuma, thank you very much for joining us. Have you ever tried any epoxic ceramic coatings? No, I haven't. No. Is this considered an epoxy? Or is this just a resin? I don't know. Nope, I haven't. So guys, it is just about midnight my time, and I know my wife would like to see me this evening. So I am going to let this be it for me. Last question from Nelson. Have I ever looked into the GTR 1.0? Yes, I have one. Yes, I would like to build at least a firmware for it. No, I haven't done it yet. So, thank you very much. Again, if people want to continue to watch this stream, I'm actually going to let it run pretty much the rest of the evening until it finishes, or until I go to bed, and even then I may continue on with it. So I wanted to say thank you again for everyone tuning in. Thank you to BIQU. Thank you to BIGTREETECH for sponsoring this, and BIQU for sponsoring this. I appreciate everyone dropping by. It's been a lot of fun for me on a Thursday night to do this. And thank you to everyone that's commenting right now on the stream. I love all of this. This is fantastic. I'm here for the community because this is why I started the channel. It's great to be a part of this community, and as someone said, this is one of the most positive, best communities I've been a part of. If you find a part of the community that doesn't fit you, or if you find a part of the community that's not acting right, come see the rest of us. We want you. We're accepting, and we love noobs, and we love the seasoned pros alike. So, anyway, let me let you guys go. I will go back to close up here. I will probably not have any sound unless I just feel like turning on some music for you guys to listen to nicely, but I will probably just let it go quiet. If you want to watch it, if you want to check on it, it'll be here. Thank you again. Thanks for everyone dropping by. Thank you to everyone that donated to the stream. If you want to give to the channel, there's still Patreon. Check the description. There's still PayPal. Check the description. But you guys have been absolutely fantastic and a lot of fun to work with tonight. I thank you, and I will see you in my next video, which I hope will be next week. And if you're going to be at Dragon Con next weekend, shoot me a message on your favorite social, because unless they cancel it, I will be there. Have a good night, everyone, or have a good morning, Australia/China/ the other side of the world. I'll see you next time.